if they can take a win. It's Nepal versus the United Arab Emirates. I've got the two key men alongside me in the middle, alongside the ICC match referee, Rohit Patel, the Nepal captain, joined by Mohammed Wasim, the UAE captain, and Mr. Manu Nair. Very good morning to you from the ICC. Rohit, you've got the coin. Give it a spin. Heads is the call. It is a head. Mohammed, you've won the toss. What are you going to do and why?
We want to bat first because the pitch is looking good. So we will try to put some good total on the pitch.
Okay, tell me about your anticipation for today. Look at the fans already in their thousands. It's going to be incredible.
Yeah, it's too much crowd, but the pressure will be on the same both sides. So we will try our best.
Are you positive and confident with the win yesterday? You feel you can beat?
VAR is not playing.
Okay, best of luck, mate. That's Mohammed Wasim, who has won the toss. He's going to have a bat first. Rohit, you've lost the toss. What would you have done, honestly?
We were looking to field first, honestly, because I think the wicket will not change in the game. So we were looking to field first.
Okay, how are you going to manage the occasion today? They're talking about the biggest crowd in Nepali history. You want to get them behind you and not let it overwhelm you.
I think they have been a biggest supporter, so they will be behind us. And at the same time, we need to focus on one ball battle. And being in the present, I think, is very important for all of us. So we'll follow that.
One more battle. You've said you're going to take it one game at a time, but it's a cup final. It's a must-win. You go to Zimbabwe. That prize would mean the world to you and your team.
Yeah, absolutely. We are saying that every game is a final now. This is the grand finale, I think. So everyone is aware of it. So just we are taking it as another game. So yeah, we'll focus on that.
Rohit, finally, just some team news for me, please.
There's one change. In place of Karan Casey, we have Gulshan Jha.
Okay, Rohit, on behalf of the nation and everyone, very best of luck today.
Thank you.
That's the news from the toss. So UAE, they have won the toss. They're going to make first use of this batting wicket. They're going to have a bat first.
Well, you can see there UAE's captain Mohammed Wasim has won the toss and elected to bat first. Looks like a very flat wicket, and look at the crowd. Before the match has started, it's the TU International Cricket Ground is filled with cricket supporters, the cricket lovers of Nepal. Look at that massive crowd. I think it's more than 15,000, I reckon. It'll be a very good contest. Nepal, a must-win match for them to go to Zimbabwe to play the World Cup qualifiers. Yet another final for Nepal, whereas UAE, they want to go to the qualifier playoffs in Namibia later this month to get a win here. Everything to play for both the teams. Look at the Nepali flags. They are in numbers, massive crowd. They've been in line from 5 a.m. in the morning today to witness what will be a historic day for Nepal cricket and Nepali cricket lovers and former cricketers like me and the other. Look at the crowd again. They are coming in numbers, 50 to 100 per second. They're coming in, and the players of both the teams are getting lined up for the national anthems of UAE and the home side Nepal. You can see there Andrew Leonard, a very good friend, my co-commentator in the field, along with Mr. Binod Das, the former captain of Nepal team. And you can see there the dignitaries arriving to officiate the opening of the last game of this ICC Cricket World Cup League 2. The final game, the final for Nepal, the last final for the home side Nepal. They're all getting ready, just waiting for the guests to arrive in the field. Talking about Binod Das, the former captain of the national side Nepal, and now the cricket manager of Cricket Association of Nepal. He's done a very good job leading the side while he was playing. He's retired now, and he's taken that responsibility to develop Nepal cricket. Look at the crowd, the massive crowd behind the scene there. In numbers, I reckon more than 15,000 people here at the grass banks, and still spectators coming in from the gate. Look at that massive crowd. They're supporting their home side. The last final for them. Honorable Prime Minister, Mr. Pushpakamal Dahal Prachanda is here at the ground. What a scene here. Nepal cricket has done wonders to the country. You can see the member secretary of National Sports Council as well. Good to see Honorable Prime Minister coming here in the ground for the opening ceremony of the last game of ICC Men's Cricket World Cup League 2. Yet another final for Nepal. If they win today, they'll get an automatic qualification for the World Cup qualifier in Zimbabwe later this year in June.
Ladies and gentlemen, can I get your attention, please? Welcome to the final game of the ICC Men's Cricket World Cup League 2. It all comes down to this, a place in Zimbabwe on the line for the hosts Nepal. I would like everyone to be upstanding within the ground. Please all stand up and welcome our chief guest for this historic occasion, the Right Honourable Prime Minister of Nepal, Mr. Pushpakamal Dahal Prachanda. He's joined by the Chairman of the Upper House, the Honourable Mr. Ganesh Timalsina, Miss Renu Dahal, the Mayor of Bharatpur, the Member Secretary of the National Sports Council, Mr. Tankalal Gissing, the CAN President, Mr. Chatur Bahadur Chand, the CAN Acting Secretary, Mr. Durga Raj Pathak, and the CAN Treasurer, Mr. Roshan Kumar Singh. Best of luck today. Best of luck today. Best of luck. Namaste. Good luck, brother. Guys, good luck. Hi, Andrew. Good luck. Mohammed, move your team down to right.
The Honourable Prime Minister shaking hands with both the teams, with the Member Secretary of the National Sports Council and the President of Cricket Association of Nepal, Mr. Chatur Bahadur Chand. Tanka Gising, the Member Secretary of Cricket Association of Nepal. The dignitaries are lining up for the national anthem for both the teams, UAE and Nepal. What a scene here at TU International Cricket Ground. What an honor we have here for the national side.
Please remain upstanding for both sides' national anthems. We will start with the national anthem of the United Arab Emirates. please remain upstanding now. It's time for the national anthem of Nepal. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your attendance today. Enjoy the game. May the best side win.
The team's a very proud moment for Nepal cricket and the Nepali cricket lovers and the spectators as well. I'm getting goosebumps here in the commentary box. It has been an honor for Nepal cricket that Honourable Prime Minister was here for the national anthem and for the last game of the ICC Cricket World Cup League 2. We'll have a look at the lineup of both the teams for today's match. United Arab Emirates, they have a change. Junaid Siddique is in for Zawar Farid. Aryan Lakra, Hazrat Bilal retains his place after a magical performance by him. The last game they played yesterday against PNG. Ashwant Valthapa the keeper, Ashif Khan, Mohammad Wasim the captain, Rizwan CP, Zahur Khan, Rohan Mustafa, Junaid Siddique, Prithvi Arvind and Ayn Khan, the 17-year-old kid who's done a very good job for his team, UAE. And let's look at the Nepali lineup. Divendra Singh Airi, Lalit Narayan Rajbangshi, Kushal Bhurtel, the captain Rohit Paudel, Sandeep Lamichhani, the magician of Nepal, Ashif Sheikh, Mohammad Arif Sheikh, his elder brother, Kushal Malla, the youngster, Gulshan Shah finds his place in the squad today, Sompal Kami and Bhim Sarki, Karan Kisi misses out, Gyanendra Malla and Pratish Jishi, the three reserves for today. It'll be a wonderful contest today. We can see our Honourable Prime Minister, Mr. Pushpa Kapil Dahal Prachanda, leaving the ground. A very thank you to you, sir, for coming in a very short notice and supporting Nepali cricket and Nepali cricket team for their final today. And my very good friend Andrew Leonard, he's a bit sweaty around here. Good morning, Lenny.
Well, there he is, the chief guest for this truly historic occasion. It's the Right Honourable Prime Minister of Nepal. It's Mr. Pushpa Kamal Dahal Prachanda, as he is known and adored around the country. Quite incredible scenes here. We are yet to bowl a ball and already the roof has come off this TU International Cricket Ground. We knew it would be special. I'm not sure even you or I thought that it would be this special, Paresh. A very good morning to everyone here in Nepal and all the way around the world. What a day we are in for.
Yes, the groundsman said that, the ground personnel said that the spectators were here early at 4 o'clock a.m. in the line. Can you imagine that? Look at full packed house. It's still coming in.
And now listen to this cheer. It's Sompal Kami who sprints out. He's got the nervous energy. He can't wait to get going. And in terms of occasions for cricket, associate cricket in particular, this is the biggest maybe there's ever been.
Yes, this is the biggest, the last game of the ICC Cricket World Cup League 2. yet another final for Nepal. If they win today, they'll definitely book their place in the top three and go to Zimbabwe for the World Cup qualifiers, which is going to be held in India later this year. They'll be eyeing for a victory, whereas Mohammad Wasim, the captain of UAE, smashed PNG bowlers around the park. You can see there in the VVIP area our Honourable Prime Minister, Mr. Pushpa Kamal Dahal Prachanda, along with the Member Secretary of Sports Council.
Well, his support is hugely valued. And we're nearly all set, we're nearly all ready. We've managed to get this game started on time somehow. The drone has come in especially, but it's a journey that started with Nepal gaining ODI status back in 2018. What followed was 3.5 years of Cricket World Cup League 2, 36 ODIs, and a dream, a distant dream. There has been changes of captains, changes of coaches, a global pandemic, and many dark days in between, but just 30 short days ago when relegation, it looked so likely. Instead, it's now time to dream big, Nepal, and dream big of a journey on the road to India 2023 towards Zimbabwe and to take on the Test Nations. One thing is for certain, Monty Desai's side, they are destined for Africa. The question, and the last question that remains today, is will it be Namibia next week or will it be Zimbabwe in June? I don't think anybody in their wildest dreams could have anticipated 11 wins from 12 for this young side, but somehow they have managed to get themselves to what is in August 2019. It all ends today here on Thursday the 16th of March in Kathmandu. Can Nepal do it? We're going to find out today, and the goosebumps, they haven't left me since this morning, and I think they're going to be with me throughout the day. Dream big, Nepal, here we go. It's Lalit Rajbanshi to open the bowling, a heavy deep breath. He'll bowl to Aryan Lakra. Fever pitch, it's been reached already. Let's get this on. He starts right on the money. There was nerves, and definite nerves for both sides, Paresh. This is quite something.
Yeah, it'll be nerves for Nepal to win this match, and nerves for UAE seeing the big crowd into the grass banks. I don't think they have played under this crowd. Nicely bowled and nicely played down to cover boundary for 4 runs. The first runs for UAE starts with up.
801 runs, make that 805 now, 46,805. It's seen 35 centuries. It's seen 856 sixes, over 1,000 catches, over 1,800 wickets. 54 wicket hauls, nearly been a brilliant competition that has taken associate cricket to the next level, and it is so fitting. The journey that started out in the northernmost ODI ground in the world in Mannifield Park in Aberdeen back in 2019 climaxes here with this grand finale in front of the biggest crowd in associate cricket history in Kathmandu. We're in Kirtapur, and it's going to be hard.
UAE off to a good start. 5 for no loss in 3 balls after first over. Definitely there will be nerves for Nepal. They have to win this match to go to Zimbabwe. Nicely bowled, a bit drifting into the right hand.
Now Mohammad Wasim versus Nepal is what this game could be all about today. That century yesterday included a small matter of 12 sixes, 12 of them. And if he gets going today, that dream, that big dream, could be dashed. Nepal want the back of him early. He's been watchful to start. Every ball, let alone every over today, will be an event.
Yes, definitely. You can see the VVIP area there. And talk about the toss winning by Mohammad Wasim. I think he's elected to bat first. It is a very good decision because the looks very flat.
Nicely bowled, flatter through the air. Asif Sheikh has his hands on his head. End of the first over, 5 runs come from it, 5 for none.
Congestion ahead. You are on the fastest route. Rerouting.
The all-new Pulsar N160 with dual-channel ABS.
You've reached your destination.
Lifebuoy hand wash ले मार्छ 99.9% ब्याक्टेरिया र भाइरसेस यसले भाइरससँग लड्छ र तपाईलाई सुरक्षा दिन्छ वर्ल्ड्स नम्बर 1 सेलिङ जर्म प्रोटेक्सन सोप ब्रान्ड यति कार्पेट किन्दा कार्पेटको पछाडी यतिको लोगो हेर्न नबिर्सिनु होला यति कार्पेटको शहंशाह
UAE, just the one change as well for them. Out goes Zawar Farid, who's had a bit of a mixed time of things, and back in comes Junaid Sadiq. Very our camera today at a very slight angle, particularly for coming round the wicket, so it's going to be interesting to see if we can track the scale of movement. Looks like just a little bit at first.
Starting off round the wicket to the left-hander Sompal Kami, bringing the ball in to the left-hander Aryan Lakra. There's a slip and a gully. Backward point. Extra cover, mid-off, the offside field. Inside edge. Quick single taken by these two batsmen. Good running, a good smart call, an early call by Mohammad Wasim. Everything happening here, every dot ball cheered by the spectators. Every inside edge also being cheered by the spectators here today. It's gonna be a massive day. It's the Thursday, 16th of March, 2023.
Yeah, from my end, almost become half Nepali at this stage. But if I look back to my home country, to Ireland, St. Patrick's Day tomorrow, and that's been the scene of some of Ireland's most famous cricketing days. But it would be Thursday, the 16th of March, that would join Valentine's Day for Nepali cricket if they can take this win. Clubbed away, going to be 4. That's vintage Mohammad Wasim, not out of the middle of the bat, but the power that he possesses is going to strike fear into the Nepali fans' hearts. 4 from the moment it left the bat, although not exactly where he intended.
Yeah, the ball didn't bounce as much as he thought, and it was not that short, but nicely done by Mohammad Wasim into the vacant area. Backward square leg for 4. Like I said, the wicket looks very flat. That is why Mohammad Wasim chose to bat after winning the toss. That they will like to use the power play. Change in field. The fine leg fielder comes inside the 40-yard, 45, and the square leg fielder goes to the boundary. Early wickets is what is needed for Nepal.
Into the sky. Where's this one gone? It's gone a long, long way. All the way for 6. Concerns, immediate concerns for Nepal. And the concerns are because of the star quality of the Emirati captain, Mohammad Wasim. A silence falls over the ground.
Yeah, that was picked on the up. Nicely done by Mohammad Wasim. He's continuing his yesterday's form. 119. He scored with 12 huge sixes. 12 runs of 4 balls in this over, the second over of the innings, and now I think Sompal Kami needs to bowl the back of the length to Mohammad Wasim. If you bowl seam-up deliveries, it will definitely come onto the bat.
Just drag back in the length, better from Kami, but he still has a delivery to go as Morales-Sira will just take that bit of turf that flicked off his boot away. Does look a very good batting wicket. The ground staff have done an incredible job. I'm sure that's what Monty Desai will have asked for. Get us on the best possible pitch. We think we're the better team, and let us show us.
Yes, Mohammad Wasim continuing his form from yesterday. Oh, that's very fuller. Nicely driven down the ground, straight to mid-on. Very well fielded by Dipendra Singh Aire. Just a single. After 2, UAE off to a very good start. 18 for no loss.
Goodwill Finance. Financing for success since 1995.
प्रस्तुत छ बाथ सेन्स बाई एशियन पेन्ट्स कटिङ एज टेक्नोलोजी जसले दिन्छ पर्फेक्ट बाथरुम एक्सपिरियन्स इन एभ्री वे बाथ सेन्स बाई एशियन पेन्ट्स engineered to delight.
After their impressive performance yesterday, have come out of the blocks flying and just showing that they are not going to roll over today. The first game between these two sides was a comprehensive victory. 177 runs, the margin of victory between the two teams. The scenes we're witnessing here, the crowd already reaching fever pitch. We don't even have a stump mic in place. We don't have a effects mic out in the ground. That's just you hearing them from us here in the commentary box. Worked away into the leg side. Good probing stuff from Raj Banchi. That one I think Wasim wants the pace on the ball. I think our strength is in our spinners. And because of the balance of this team with Rajbanshi coming back into it, which we had advocated for right from the start of the series, he's got 2 left-arm spinners to pick from. Doesn't need to get Lamachani into the game this early. Hold him back until the power play is over. Give him the protection in the deep and get the rock star, Kushal Malla, 19 years of age, into the game. Another special young cricketer. Take the pace off the ball. I think this is going to be fireworks either way. 6s or wickets. Which is it going to be?
Yes, I think this is a good move by Rohit Paudel, the captain of Nepal, bringing in a slower bowler, the left-arm orthodox. Mohammad Wasim a bit tentative for the spinners. He wants the ball onto the back. That is why Rohit brought Kushal Malla. Oh, that was down the leg side. Did it kiss the pads? Arif Sheikh is in pursuit. Nicely done. A good fielding by him.
Yeah, he's just had a long think about it, and the umpire is going to indicate wides. He feels it's touch nothing. So 3 free runs to the total. Good work right out in the rope from Gulshan Jah, who does well not to do himself any damage as well. Arif Sheikh went with him, running a bit tardy from Wasim and Aravind, and they only get what's happened, and the last thing we need is the crowd to get further fired up. And Rohit Paudel, he's the maturity of a 40-year-old. Can't believe he's 20 years of age, and I'm not
Michani, he is 20-25 yards away from the batsman. I don't know why he's coming in. Just have nerves, calm yourself down. A big crowd here. Don't let them come into play. Like we always say, don't play the occasion. Oh, nicely bowled, but into the pads. Quick single taken by Mohammad Wasim.
I said 2, if not 3 times before the game was out, just talking with some of the players. I said to Rohan Mustafa, best behaviour today please, Ronnie. We don't want anyone upset in the crowd, and he laughed. Didn't say anything to Sandeep. Maybe I should have had a little word as well. Shows the emotions of today. Even someone like Lamachani, who's played all the way around the world at the highest levels in the franchise leagues, just that occasion really getting to him as Aravind drives nicely. This Wasim versus Malla matchup is going to be fascinating.
A positive drive by Aravind there to take a single to open his account. And I think Sandeep Lamachani played a mind game to Mohammad Wasim to just disrupt the concentration of the batsman. Oh, big hit! Down the ground for a maximum. Into the grass banks.
Massive, absolutely massive, and this is the power that Wasim possesses. He's on a hot streak the last 24 hours. Wasim bats for 20 overs. He could take the game away from Nepal. Look at how big a hit this is. It's gone probably not the 100 metres we saw yesterday. Pretty close to it. It's gone over the wall. Unbelievable hit. Pretty close to it. It's gone over the wall. Unbelievable hit. And for Malla, he's got to keep being brave. Long on is out, but Wasim, no ground in the world is big enough for him.
Yes, that was right on the slot, and equally well dealt by Mohammad Wasim out of the wall ground. Another big hit. This is to the opposite side at long off for a maximum again.
This is getting concerning. Back-to-back 6s, and Wasim, that strike rate up towards 200 again. I understood the ploy to get Malla on, but he can't float it. He's got to get it into the wicket.
Vritti Arvind moves to 5. Yes.
There's a bit of tension seeping into the crowd. Concern, I would describe it as. Rajbanshi's causing problems. Needs support from someone at the other end. Someone needs to help the young left arm spinner. I wonder, is Dipender Singh Airi maybe the call? He's very difficult to get away, even to right-handers. Ball's very flat through the air. Remember, no Karan KC today. He's been a bit of a thorn in Wasim's side. Need to see the back of the UAE captain. Worked away for the single. Wasim seems happy with ones off Rajbanshi. Big hits at the other end.
That was nicely played. Let the ball come into him, Mohammad Wasim, and played it very late under his eyes. Whenever the ball is pitched up, he'll go for it. Whenever the ball is on the back of the length, he'll just wait for it and just place it in the vacant area to take a single. Good batting by Mohammad Wasim here. Nepal need to get rid of Mohammad Wasim to get back in the game.
And certainly for Nepal, Rajbanshi feels like a key fulcrum, doesn't he, at the top of the order. Second of it, flags and jerseys and joy and delight. Bit of concern too, as Aravind looks to go inside out. Rajbanshi is right on the money at the moment.
Yes, that wicket has done the now. I think he's relaxed. He's very composed. Nicely bowled again. And there's a dip, surely a dip and a drift. Not so much of a turn in this occasion, but he's doing a very good job for his team. He's that.
Yeah, beautiful over and a good diving stop from Airi keeps it to just 1 rather than 2. So 2 singles from the over, 5 bowled halfway through the power play. The run rate 8.6, 43 for 1.
केही फरक पर्दैन मैले सिटिजन लाइफको क्रिटिकल केयर प्लस लिएको छु जसले रोग लागेको थाहा हुने बित्तिकै 50 लाखसम्मको औषधि उपचार खर्च दिन्छ
यो उपचार खर्च अब सिटिजन लाइफले गर्छ
राष्ट्रको हरेक कुनामा हामीलाई पाउनु हुनेछ जिम्मेवार बैंकको रूपमा एनएमबी बैंक समृद्ध नेपालको लागि
Congestion ahead. You are on the fastest route. Rerouting. Rerouting.
The all-new Pulsar N160 with dual channel ABS.
You've reached your destination.
The attack, and Vritti Arvind is on strike. And Nepal and Sompal Kami, they need to use variations to Mohammad Wasim because he likes the ball coming onto his bat. That is what we've seen yesterday and today as well. 3 big hits for him today, 3 maximums.
Yeah, Kami returns from the pavilion end. He'll have Aravind to bowl to. Single's a good result for UAE. Can Wasim continue his 6-hitting form?
And can Sompal Kami use his experience to get rid of Mohammad Wasim? Can bat well as well. He's a very top-notch fielder, a complete athlete, a very good servant of the game for Nepal. He has loads of experience under his belt.
Attempted slower ball. I think that might have been the knuckle ball out of the front of the hand. And gets a clap for a massive shake. They want to take the pace off to Wasim, get him to sky one into the sky. It is the knuckle ball. The problem is, it's such a good batting wicket, Paresh.
Yes, that was definitely the knuckle ball attempted, but string on the line. Yes, Sompal Kami trying to do different things to Mohammad Wasim. He doesn't want to bowl the seam-up delivery.
Another slower ball thuds into the pad. Sompal Kami almost appeals a bit late, doesn't he? He initially wanted to stop the single, and leg byes are given. I think it's probably going to miss leg stump. Height an issue as well. That's the one out of the back of the hand. Closer than it looked on first viewing.
Yeah, it was close, but benefit of the doubt goes to the batsman. Yeah, already the slower delivery, the variation troubling Mohammad Wasim. He really likes the ball coming onto his bat. Smart bowling by Sompal Kami.
Yeah, and I think the big challenge here is just to ensure that really keep a lid on things and the game stays under control for Nepal, that UAE don't get away. Beauty, absolute beauty. It's missed everything somehow. Inside edge, it's missed the top of the off stump, but as Aravind beaten all ends up by the perfect length. That's the length from Kami.
Well, we've seen a aerial bounce in the 6th over of the innings, the first innings that is, in the morning. Is it going to stay still the same? Good bouncer.
That can be given as a wide. Too short. Far too short from Sompal Kami. I think the adrenaline just getting to Kami.
He wants to get rid of the UAE batsman. Oh, nicely bowled again, outside off stump, completely beaten by the movement of the ball. Vritti Arvind, he's not comfortable in the crease, mainly against Sompal Kami. A very experienced Kami. 4 runs off this over so far, 2 wides, 1 leg by, and a run with the bat.
Good over from Kami despite the 2 wides. 6 overs bowled, just a little more control for Nepal. It's 47 for 1.
XH Simplifying Technology. Yeti Carpet kinda carpet ko pachadi Yeti ko logo herna nabirsinu-hola. Yeti Carpet, carpet ko shehensa.
Pick any holiday destination and we'll have an exciting trip organized for you. Choose from a plethora of exotic destinations to fulfill your cravings for rejuvenation and exploration. Rupsey Holidays, crafting memorable vacations.
Lalit's going to continue from the Chobar end. He has been the pick of the bowlers for Nepal in the first 6 overs. Inside the 10 over power play, the first one. There's still a slip for Mohammad Wasim. Can Nepal get rid of Mohammad Wasim in as much early as they can? That's the question for all the Nepali spectators.
It feels like Raj Banshi's got to be the one, doesn't it? To Wasim. He's just got that slight delay as he approaches his gather towards his delivery stride as he bowls, and that can upset the rhythm and the timing. Long off is out, long on isn't. That's Wasim's favourite zone. That's where they want him to hit. He's got his length right on the money as well, doesn't he? Good start from Rajbanshi, probing away. Need to see the back of Mohammad Wasim.
Yeah, this is smart batting by Wasim. Just waited for the ball, just played it with soft hand into the gap, taking a single. I think Wasim wants to stay there. He wants to make big runs like yesterday.
And to Aravind, he's been slower through the air. He wants to tease and tempt the youngster, try to get him to pop up a catch to extra cover where Dipender Singh Airi is stationed. It's just deep backward square leg and long off outside the circle. Still 3 overs after this one before the fielding restrictions ease. Whilst Nepal would love another wicket, they just want to stem the flow of runs for the moment, and that's what Rajbanshi's doing very well.
Yes, Arvind very tentative, just blocking the ball and setting off for a run. That is why I think Mohammad Wasim is having a chat with him. The senior partner, the captain, is there with him at the non-strikers end, and you can see the VIP area packed with the crowd.
Down the ground and short of long off. You just felt something was going to give with the 3 consecutive dots. Critically, Aravind will keep the strike. Wasim starved of it for the moment. 7 bowled, 49 for 1.
Congestion ahead. You are on the fastest route. Rerouting. Rerouting. Rerouting.
The all-new Pulsar N160 with dual channel ABS.
You've reached your destination.
Sompal to continue. Exactly 7 is the current rate for UAE. Oh, nicely bowled. That was a very exaggerated movement by Sompal Kami outside the off stump. Ends up beating Arvind. He's very tentative. Has already faced 17 balls for 8 runs. Look at this again. Almost getting that outside edge. Asif Sheikh had to dive and tumble to take that take.
A really significant movement through the air, and also it went quite late. It didn't go early from his hand. It went as the ball was approaching Aravind's stroke. Beats the outside edge. Youngsters looking nervy. 8 from 17. And Kami, really good line and length. Amazing just the presence of Mohammad Wasim at the crease and what it does to the bowler in terms of putting them off their lines, their lengths and their flow. And the only problem the last few overs is he hasn't had much of the strike.
Yes, even though Arvind is very tentative, very nervous, but the last ball he played was a very positive defense, getting right behind the ball. That's good to see, getting the middle of the bat. If you even defend, if you get the middle of the bat, the confidence level will go very high. There's a change in the field.
He's going to go 7-2, and that's a 7-2 offside field. This is brave, but it's also trusting your bowler and knowing their skill set. So just mid-on, and a fine leg in place. They almost want Aravind to flick it wristily to mid-wicket. 7 fielders in the offside, including a slip and a gully. Drives beautifully, but straight at the man. And that's the side of the ground that's reinforced. Stylish player, Aravind. He's just got himself into a tangle the last month. Hasn't found any scores. Got a few runs yesterday. More of our VIPs and dignitaries in. There is quite literally not a seat in this ground, whether it's on a ledge or a grass bank or standing outside. It's the hottest ticket in town, the most eagerly anticipated match in history. Dropped, put down, not easy, and probably as much as anything, 4 runs saved. This was firmly struck. Cammy sticks out a hand, it doesn't stick in his hand.
Yeah, he's very good off his own bowling. He took a blinder in the series in UAE. Now, he put a hand to it right, but didn't stick to the hand. Definitely saved the boundary for his team, but we'll have to call that as a drop chance by Nepal. Putting pressure on the youngster Arvind Sompal Kami. Five dot balls on a trot.
Yeah, that's one of those brilliant crowd catches. The last delivery just thudded into the edge of the square, then pops up. Point, it goes over his head.
Yeah, I think Kami was attacking the ball. He was very in, like 15 yards from the bat. If he would have been in the circle, that was a definite chance created by Lalit Narayan Rajbangshi. You can see, but he's done a very good effort to stop the boundary, saving the 2 runs. But that was a chance. Why was Sompal Kami in?
That was the moment. That really felt like the moment. As soon as it hit the bat, I said out in my head. I didn't say it out loud because it looked, as all spinners' dismissals do, they usually, to an aggressive stroke, will loop up to kind of the 25, 30-yard circle. The crowd, they come alive. Listen to them. Nepal, Nepal, the cries from every single member of this audience. What an occasion. Just a reminder for you, it's barely 10 o'clock in the morning here. It's a Thursday, it's a work day. I don't think there's a single person working today in Kathmandu.
I don't think so, Lenny. Look at the crowd and look at the VIP area, also packed. Now Lalit Rajvanshi creating that chance. The spectators backing their team, the home team Nepal. That started in, but nicely played by Mohammad Hussain to the vacant area on the leg side at 45. That was a chance. Why was Sompal Kami so in? 15 yards from the bat. He should have been 30 yards in the circle.
Maybe not 30, but 25. Walk in from the edge of the circle. There's been no propensity from either of these two to run quickly between the wickets. Wasim isn't great between the wickets. We saw him with Rizwan CP yesterday. It was chaos for the small time they were together. Beautifully bowled, beats the outside edge as Aravind holds the pose. 5 from the over, 54 for 1.
तपाईको कपालमा कसको हुकुम चल्छ स्प्लिट एन्ड्सको जेट या हेयर फलको फेस
गुडविलमै छ विश्वास जनताको गुडविलमै हो साथी सफलताको
Goodwill Finance, financing for success since 1995.
Palkami is going to continue from the pavilion end. The last over is bowled was a maiden over. 3 overs bowled by him, 16 runs given. A decent comeback over the last, I must say, and look at the crowd.
Going to be given not as a wide, maybe decision going slightly against Sompal Kami with the LBW. I think he's got away with that one. That for me was well outside the guidelines. Extraordinary atmosphere here. Wasim has had 2 for him to be here. That's a side angle, and I think that shows that the Sri Lankan umpire is right. His slower ball goes completely wrong. Could have gone anywhere. I think it would have just gone over the top, but it would have gone over the top of middle stump, Paresh.
Yes, the bounce saved Mohammad Hussain in that occasion. I think the occasion is getting into Mohammad Hussain.
Gorgeous stroke. I would say that's the shot. Mohammad Wasim, because he's just opened the face and lent on that cover drive, hitting with the move from Kami and gets 4 to his name.
Yeah, that was played on the up. Look at that. A perfect cover drive. Elegant. getting that gap between the short extra cover and long off, getting that gap to perfection. Mohammad Wasim is batting very well. It's threatening to Nepal. Moves to 38 of just 27 deliveries, whereas Arvind 9 of 24. Sompal Kami.
There's real concern building and growing here now for Nepal. And the reason why is if Wasim is still there at the 25 over mark, let alone the 30 or 35, this game could be taken away from them. Aravind 9 off 24. Look at Wasim striking at nearly 150. And there is no doubt that there are concerns. The brain trust, it comes together again. Powell, Kami, Irie, just have a discussion. What's the tactic now? It's the final ball of the power play at least. So there will be relief after this delivery for Rohit Powell. Cuts into the pad again, going to go over the top, mix up. Again, sign that these two not good between the wickets. 10 overs have been bowled and Nepal have dragged things back nicely at 61 for 1.
Congestion ahead. You are on the fastest route. Rerouting. Rerouting. Rerouting.
The all-new Pulsar N160 with dual channel ABS.
You've reached your destination.
Litmus cable quality man number 1. Advanced German technology. Litmus cable quality man number 1.
So there's a look at the UAE batting lineup, and plenty to come for them, but their middle order has been having some issues, some challenges, no doubt about that. So much of this match depends upon Mohammad Wasim, and to counteract him, it's time for Nepal to go to their star bowler, Sandeep Lamachani. 98 ODI wickets to his name. Can he be the man to make the critical breakthrough?
Lamachani on 98 wickets in 40 matches, 71 wickets in this ICC Cricket World Cup League 2, 31 matches. Look at his economy rate, 3.9. Being a spinner, that's very, very good. Magical numbers for him. He needs 2 more wickets probably in this match, the 41st match for him, to break the record of fastest 100 wickets, the record held by Rashid Khan, the Afghani right arm leg spinner.
Look at that shot there. Edged and edge wide. Aravind, not sure where he was targeting, maybe inside out over extra. Instead it skews away off an outside edge. Real fortune. Good start from Lamachani. It's the leg break. Beats him through the...
But getting that thick edge down to the third man region for 4 runs.
Good from Lamachani. Leg breaks to start with. This drone shot, well, it's bordering on the ludicrous, isn't it? Not a patch of grass available. And look at the numbers, the thousands outside the ground. They're loving every second of it. Really incredible stuff. Huge atmosphere building up and plenty of Nepal flags waving high. Let's hope the drone gets over that wire. Nicely played, but straight to the man.
Yeah, that was a bit fuller by Lamachani. Nicely driven by Arvind, but straight to short extra. It's going to be a very good contest, Lamachani against UAE. Nicely flighted, but onto the pads. Nicely driven down the ground by Arvind for a single. Now this is a big contest. Lamachani versus Mohammad Wasim, the captain of UAE, who's striking the ball very well. 38 of 29, and look at the crowd behind the wall.
Now here we go. Star v star, gun v gun. Lamachani v Wasim. Who's it going to be? Googly to start with. Picked and played off the back foot. I think with Wasim's hitting arc, the way to go to him is the leg break, taking it away from the right-hander, force him into an errant stroke. There's a man at long off and long on. Both of those will be in play. Deep backward square leg is the other, and the cover sweeper. Right on the money as Wasim's happy with the single.
Yes, that was nicely played by Mohammad Wasim down to long on for a single. Sandeep Malamichani creating that chance in the first ball. After 11,
yeah, just had a slight mix up with the scoring. 11 overs bowled, 67 for 1.
मेरो ग्लो हो मेरो पावर यसैले म गर्छु मेरो ग्लो को पावर अप हरेक दिन नयाँ लक्स को साथ जैस्मिन को सुगन्ध र बदाम को तेल युक्त चम्किलो त्वचाको लागि लक्स
यति कार्पेट किन्दा कार्पेटको पछाडी यतिको लोगो हेर्न नबिर्सिनु होला यति कार्पेटको शहंशाह
Congestion ahead. You are on the fastest route. Rerouting.
The all-new Pulsar N160 with dual channel ABS.
You've reached your destination.
But a very talented young kid, bowling all-rounder, 11 matches so far in League 2, 7 wickets for him, an economy rate of 6.6, a little higher side, whereas Vritti Arvind playing on 14 of 28 and Mohammad Wasim 39 of 31. 67 for 1, UAE a touch above 6 runs per over there.
Starts back of a length, so you're very welcome along to today's coverage, and what a day it is. It's a historic day for Nepali cricket, for associate cricket. Andrew Leonard here with you. As always, a real privilege and an honour to be here. I've got Paresh Lahani, the former national team captain, alongside me. We're going to guide you through every ball, but as always, I know there's tension, there's nerves in the air. Paresh, where's this game going right now?
Well, it's going UAE's way at the moment when Mohammad Wasim has a very good start. Here, 39 of 32, he's on strike. Gulshan Jha, the new bowler, bowling the first ball as a dot ball. Oh, nicely bowled again, back of the length, outside off stump.
We've seen Monty Desai's calls, the big calls, if you will, go his way throughout this incredible 11-match run coming into today. Is one of the big calls leaving Karen Casey out for Gulshan Jha going to go his way today. Again, I think it's because of the matchup with the two left-arm spinners in the UAE team. I think the reason for it is he wants that left-handed batter in the middle order with the extra bit of aggression to hit the ball with the spin down the ground. His right-arm seam is a bonus, and if he can somehow find the wicket of Mohammad Wasim, those big calls, yet another one that Monty Desai has got right, would be proven right.
Yes, let's hope for, in terms of the spectators' perspective, and I think Mohammad Wasim is lining up for a big one. You can see that initial movement, he's opening his left leg, the front leg, to swing his bat. The last ball, it was away, a bit wide of the off stump, that is why he let it go. But you can see that he's lining up for the delivery to get it hit out of the park. That is what he does. He's in a T20 mode. 39 of 34 already. Ah, that's a very wide by Gulshan Jha. I think he tried to bowl All a wide Yorker, but the line was completely way off.
Wasim put some bowlers just by his sheer presence at the crease. Everybody knows he's probably the biggest hitter of a ball in associate cricket. He's one of the biggest hitters in the world game. That's why he's in demand in these franchise leagues. He's softly spoken, he's very humble. And when he hits the ball, it goes a long, long way. And he's shown that it's not just over that favoured long arm. Question for everyone watching at home today, and welcome along to the coverage. Kantapur live HD.
And Wasim, they will definitely come on top, but UAE at the moment, they are on top, having a good start.
Short, wide, beats the attempted cut shot, and Gulshan Jah can't quite believe that that's given as a wide. Very marginal, very, very marginal. Let's take a look. Yeah, for me that's probably okay, but umpire Umar Al-Siri decides it's gone past the outside of the guideline. Crowd just getting maybe a touch restless. They want a little more from their team. They want a second wicket. They want Lamachani into the game. They want the back of Wasim. Nicely driven. Aravind can't get it past mid-off though. Gulshan Jah started brightly. At least for Nepal, they have taken the flying threat that looked after the first 3 or 4 overs to be getting away from them back into check. You have to remember Kushal Mala's 3rd over of the contest, sorry, correction, 4th over, went for 22 runs, and at that stage Nepal were in all sorts of trouble. It was 41 for 1 after 4. They've dragged it back nicely. They need to keep doing so as there's a bit of movement after the attempted cut shot of Aravind. 3 runs from the over. It's 70 for
1. Goodwill Finance. Financing for success since 1995.
तपाईको कपालमा कसको हुकुम चल्छ? स्प्लिट एन्ड्सको जेट या हेयर फलको फैसला? हेयर प्रब्लम्स मतलब हेयर ड्यामेज। डभको 1/4 मोइस्चराइजिङ मिल्क र केराटिन एक्टिभ्सले कपाललाई भित्रैदेखि रिपेयर गर्छ। अब सुन्दर लहलहाउँदो कपाल जसमा चल्छ केवल तपाईको मर्जी। डभ।
50 partnerships come up between these two, and for Nepal, they need the back of it as soon as possible. There's been a couple of half chances. Down the ground, this has gone a long, long way. An almighty blow for 6. Over the side screen, onto the grass banks as Wasim, just a flick of the wrist. He's in 6-hitting mode the last 36 hours, and this is looking very ominous. Tosses it straight to Rohit captain. For Nepal to win this game, they need the back of Wasim in the next 10 or 12 overs. I think if he goes past that, makes a century, it's going to be a very tall uphill task to complete the dream, to make it 11 from 12. Lamachani must settle.
Sandeep Lamachani bowling that back of the length, the leg spinner. And nicely played by Wasim, let the ball come to him.
That one's flatter through the air. Really good work by mid-wicket. You have to say the running between the wickets is very tardy. Not putting any pressure on the fielders because they have the hare and the tortoise. The hare is Aravind, he's ready to go, but Wasim, the big hitter, doesn't want to go anywhere. It's the googly. I'm not sure it's been picked. If it was picked late. Series. The series that preceded it in Dubai. And they will be fighting all the way. All 100 overs of today's contest to take down Nepal. Fluent, but they do get back for two. Wasim really just trots the second.
Yes, Arvind playing that very late into the gap, taking 2 runs. And I think Gulshan Jai is doing a good job here, bowling that back of the length. This time around, the last ball was slightly fuller on good length. He needs to bowl.
At length yesterday about his difficulties with the bat over the last 2 or 3 months in particular, but maybe the big crowd will just spur the youngster on. And I think this UAE side, they want to make a statement today. Let's bring Nepal to Namibia with us. Let's not just deny them of the spot at Zimbabwe, but let's beat them again down in Windhoek. And right now, I think they're ahead of the game. Nepal are in need of wickets. That's what the crowd are chanting for.
Yes, they are chanting wicket, wicket. Gulshan Jai bowling that back of the length to Vritti Arvind. Only 2 runs given in his 4 balls off the second over. To Nepal to get back into the game, they need to get rid of Mohammad Wasim as soon as possible. Like Lenny said, if is there for another 10 to 15 overs, then he'll run away with the game from Nepal. Like I said yesterday, Mohammad Wasim, CP Rizwan. Oh!
I think he's home. I think he's safely home here, and the reason why we use that hare in the tortoise analogy a little bit harshly probably on Mohammad Wasim, but look at the speed of Aravind. He's hit this to the left of Kami, and he said yes immediately, who's wound up and definitely home. Good pace from the youngster. And the reason he can take that single, he's running to the danger end. But just a word between Wasim and Aravind, they don't want to run out there. Last thing you want is to take away that six-hitting power that he possesses. And just a few words from Gyanendra Malla, using his experience. He's not on the pitch today, not picked. Still very much an important member of the playing squad. Jata Wasim now. Goes to the Yorker. They take on the quick single. Direct hit's going to be interesting. But Powell couldn't quite get it out of his hands and can't affect it. So it's 4 runs from the 14th over. And the score moves to 80 for 1.
बोय ह्यान्ड वासले मार्छ 99.9% ब्याक्टेरिया र भाइरसेस यसले भाइरससँग लड्छ र तपाईलाई सुरक्षा दिन्छ वर्ल्ड्स नम्बर 1 सेलिङ जर्म प्रोटेक्सन सोप ब्रान्ड
Pick any holiday destination and we'll have an exciting trip organized for you. Choose from a plethora of exotic destinations to fulfill your cravings for rejuvenation and exploration.
Rupsey Holidays, crafting memorable vacations.
Cutting edge technology. Jasle dincha perfect bathroom experience. Bath Sense by Asian Paints. Engineered to delight.
The first hour of play here that we've been through has been a bit helter-skelter. We've seen the Prime Minister of the country as the chief guest. It's all been happening. ODI 100, and it's the trademark of this TU cricket ground. He may be breaking their hearts, but they rise to applaud him. It's a third ODI 50. It's come in jig time, in quick time, with plenty of maximums. 5 of them, including this one.
Yes, it was hit very easily by Mohammad Wasim, and there was a drop catch in the spectators. A good hit. It was right on the slot to hit.
Googly out of the back of the hand, picked by Wasim. Just as I was talking about collecting everyone's thoughts, Wasim continues to blitz away. He's loving every second of this occasion. He knows the eyeballs of the cricketing world today, not just the associate world, the cricketing world. They're on Kathmandu. Attempts a big hit. Where's this one gone? It goes over the shoulder of Powell. It falls safely into no man's land between 3 fielders. That's the way to go to Wasim. It's the leg break. Take it away from him. He's at 3 moments of fortune now, including that one.
Yeah, Sandeep Lamichhane yet again creating chances here. Wasim not getting that hold of it, making a meal out of it. Lucky it landed on the vacant area in between 3 fielders.
Again, for me, I know he wouldn't have been able to catch it. I just think Rohit Powell is a little bit tight at extra cover. They're not
ग्लो हो मेरो पावर, यसैले म गर्छु मेरो ग्लोको पावर अप हरेक दिन नयाँ लक्सको साथ। ज्यास्मिनको सुगन्ध र बदामको तेलयुक्त चम्किलो त्वचाको लागि लक्स।
भरोसा छ हाम्रो हुन्छन् अवश्य पुरा। जीवनका अनेक उत्सवमा सपनाहरू जोड्दै मनका हरेक तारमा, जोड्दै मनको तार, जोड्दै मनको तार।
छिटो भनेकै वर्ल्ड लिंक।
यति कार्पेट किन्दा कार्पेटको पछाडि यतिको लोगो हेर्न नबिर्सिनुहोला। यति कार्पेट, कार्पेटको शहंशाह।
हड्डी रित्तिने छ, बैंकको धन सकिने छ।
केही फरक पर्दैन। मैले सिटिजन लाइफको क्रिटिकल केयर प्लस लिएको छु, जसले रोग लागेको थाहा हुने बित्तिकै 50 लाखसम्मको औषधि उपचार खर्च दिन्छ।
यो उपचार खर्च अब सिटिजन लाइफले गर्छ।
Congestion ahead. You are on the fastest route. Rerouting. Rerouting.
The all-new Pulsar N160 with dual channel ABS.
You've reached your destination. Congestion ahead. You are on the fastest route. Rerouting. Rerouting. Rerouting.
The all-new Pulsar N160 with dual channel ABS.
You've reached your destination.
तपाईको कपालमा कसको हुकुम चल्छ? स्प्लिट एन्ड्सको जेट या हेयर फलको फैसला? हेयर प्रब्लम्स मतलब हेयर ड्यामेज। डभको 1/4 मोइस्चराइजिङ मिल्क र केराटिन एक्टिभ्सले कपाललाई भित्रैदेखि रिपेयर गर्छ। अब सुन्दर लहलहाउँदो कपाल जसमा चल्छ केवल तपाईको मर्जी। डभ।
गुडविलमै छ विश्वास जनताको, गुडविल नै हो साथी सफलताको।
Goodwill Finance, financing for success since 1995.
Cutting edge technology जसले दिन्छ perfect bathroom experience. Bath Sense by Asian Paints, engineered to delight.
लाइफबॉय ह्यान्ड वाशले मार्छ 99.9% ब्याक्टेरिया र भाइरसेस। यसले भाइरससँग लड्छ र तपाईलाई सुरक्षा दिन्छ। वर्ल्ड्स नम्बर 1 सेलिङ जर्म प्रोटेक्सन सोप ब्रान्ड।
Nicely played off his bat. Chance of a run out, but the first hour belongs to UAE. The way Mohammad Wasim has batted UAE 97 for 1.
मेरो ग्लो हो मेरो पावर यसैले म गर्छु मेरो ग्लोको पावर अप हरेक दिन नयाँ लक्सको साथ ज्यास्मिनको सुगन्ध र बदामको तेलयुक्त चम्किलो त्वचाको लागि लक्स
Congestion ahead. You are on the fastest route. Rerouting. Rerouting.
The all-new Pulsar N160 with dual channel ABS.
You've reached your destination.
Bahrain, a bit expensive today. 21 without a wicket in 3 overs. He has a part to play for Nepal. A match winner, a champion bowler, Sandeep Lyman-Shiny. Oh, nicely bowled and nicely played by Arvind. Played it late, down to the gap at sweeper cover for a single. Challenges for Nepal here. Now they need a couple of quick wickets to get back into the game. If not, Mohammad Wasim surely is going to get the game away from Nepal. A much win game for Nepal. There's the final for them.
Thuds into the pad. That's the moment. Listen to that roar. They know that's the one they wanted. Mohammad Wasim thinks he's got some bat on it. Buddy Pradhan doesn't. And it was written in the stars, wasn't it, that it would be Sandeep Lyman-Shiny to see the back of the UAE
Rerouting. Rerouting.
The all-new Pulsar N160 with dual channel ABS.
You've reached your destination.
यति कार्पेट किन्दा कार्पेटको पछाडि यतिको लोगो हेर्न नबिर्सिनु होला। यति कार्पेट, कार्पेटको शहंशाह।
गुडविलमै छ विश्वास जनताको, गुडविल नै हो साथी सफलताको।
Goodwill Finance, financing for success since 1995.
And jumping around the national flag. Look at the crowd, Lenny. Are you enjoying yourself?
What do you think, my friend? Days like this, they're halcyon days, incredibly special. I said yesterday in a video piece that this is a new zenith for associate cricket, but I also don't think it's as high as the game can go. Look at these fans, they all want to go to Zimbabwe, they all want to go to India. And this is like that golden ticket, that one-off opportunity for Nepal to find a way down to Zimbabwe, maybe take one of the two qualifying spots. UAE desperate to prevent them from doing that. They want to send them off to Namibia alongside them in just 10 days' time. The swings are monumental. It all comes down to today. What a grand finale for this league. 126 matches, just one dead rubber. That's how good it's been as Raj Banchi returns from the pavilion end. Just wonder if maybe Rohit Paudel is sniffing a chance to get into that middle order, get his two best bowlers on in tandem and find a way to get numbers 3 and 4.
In the meanwhile, Raj Banchi a bit fuller in that occasion. He's looking for wickets. He doesn't have to do that. This is a better length, but straying into the legs of Arvind. Arvind slowly and steadily building his innings here. 21 of 44 deliveries, whereas Rizwan CP 3 of 4. Nepal shouldn't be complacent here. They should concentrate
Googly just a bit too short from Lamachani. We want wicket is the shout from the crowd. Lamachani just not quite happy with how he's landing them at the moment. He's got the big one. He wants number 100 though, doesn't he? Might be a temptation after this over to hold 5 overs of Lamachani back as well. That's the other thing that will be going through Rohit Paudal's mind. Aravin's looked very good, very composed. He's taken his time. Paudal, what a young leader he is. Definitely the coolest man out there. Just hasn't quite got his length spot on, has he, Lamachani? Again, this time too full. So 2 too short in this over, 1 too full. They want the second mix-up, as always with Rizwan CP. Whenever he's out there, there's drama, but Aravin runs to the danger end, calls his ex-captain through. They get back for 2.
Yes, there's very good running between the wickets by Arvind. Rizwan not that swift in between the wickets that we've seen yesterday while he was batting with Mohammad Wasim, almost getting his captain run out. Oh, nicely bowled again, nicely played. Too full by Sandeep Lamachani. Now he has to bring the length a little back in the good length area. Lamachani, if he wants to take wickets. This is very easy for the two batters. A full delivery, they will just drive it to the offside and take a single.
Game really hanging in the balance here. I don't think either side overly ahead. Maybe the UAE marginally. They've been magnificent today. Their captain leading the way again. Remember, the change in their starting 11 I think is a very strong one for the UAE. Junaid Sadiq comes back in, and with his right arm seam, the pace that he can bowl at, particularly at the death, great asset. And it's a stronger 11 I believe today for the UAE than yesterday as we get to the end of don't want to bowl out your best bowlers too early.
Yes, absolutely right, Lenny. This is the time you should bring in Kushal Malla, who was hit for 22 runs by Mohammad Wasim. He's already out. There's a new batsman in. in a good length, not full of delivery.
And this is the time now for Nepal to fly through their overs. Every dot ball is going to start to increase the pressure on the low middle order. Look at the strike rates, both under 50. I know CP early in his innings. Build up the dots, build up the pressure, get a wicket or two alongside it. Could well be a run out the way that Rizwan CP is running between the wickets. And who knows?
That was nicely bowled. It didn't turn, it went with the arm.
What I want to say is, if you get your spinners in tandem, Dipender Singh for the two batters, and look at these dots, they're building up. You can almost predict the next 5 to 10 over phase going Nepal's way, because there is no intent at all from CP or Aravind.
कार्पेट किन्दा कार्पेटको पछाडि यतिको लोगो हेर्न नबिर्सिनु होला। यति कार्पेट, कार्पेटको शहंशाह।
Congestion ahead. You are on the fastest route. Rerouting. Rerouting.
The all-new Pulsar N160 with dual channel ABS.
You've reached your destination.
From the Chobar, and I'll bring in a couple of overs from Sompal Kami.
Whatever UAE may set them. And if the first 10 overs, particularly the first 5 overs, went UAE's way, maybe the last 5 to 10 are just starting to go Nepal's way. The game coming back towards parity, back towards (50-50). Good pick up by Irie. Throw to the keeper. You just sense a run out's coming, Paresh. It could be any moment.
Yes, because of CP Rizwan, he's not swift in between the wickets. That is why I think run out is it's on its way, definitely.
Even something that looks like a regulation single. There's almost a mix-up, a stutter step. We saw on the first clash between these two sides, Rohan Mustafa involved in a run out. We've seen Rizwan CP nearly involved in one. It must be difficult to call in between the wickets with the noise out there. But just the simple technique of backing up. One of the first things you're taught as a youngster. Rizwan CP, he's not just staying in his crease, he's staying deep in the non-striker's end.
Yes, no intent in backing up whatsoever, and we can see there the under-19 coach for Nepal, Mr. Jagat Tamata, who's recently very successful. Nicely bowled, but hit it nicely fielded by Rohit Paudel. A diving effort by him.
And just off screen, you miss Sompal Kami run probably 30 yards into his captain, give him a big pat on the bum and say, well fielded, skipper. Those two, one of them's in a close cover, which is Irie, and then a deep extra finally some aggression, and the aggression again comes against Kushal Malla. UAE are lining him up, and the 19-year-old at the moment has been hit around the ground.
Kushal Malla is too full to my liking. He should shorten his length. That's very full. A freebie for Arvind.
perfect bathroom experience. Bath Sense by Asian Paints. Engineered to delight.
Big It's given associates a chance to shine on their own terms, given each of them 36 guaranteed ODIs at this level. Beneath that, 15 50-over matches in the Challenge Leagues. And this of the ICC that are associates alongside the 12 Test full members. Throughout the Test world, asking about today. The eyes of the cricketing world are one place today. It's here in Kathmandu. And how brilliant is that for the associate game?
Yes, very brilliant and terrific job done by the ICC to get this league underway 4 years ago. Back live. I think Kushan Mala is not getting his length right here. 6 runs off this over after 24. UAE 124 for 3.
We're seeing a drone shot that far away from the screen.
छिटो भनेकै World Link.
Over to the right, and if we went much further right, you'd come across to Lalitpur. And we're at the Tribhuvan University campus, one of the largest universities anywhere in the world. Speaking to their director, best part of 80,000 students study not just here in the city but all the way across Kathmandu. And these scenes have been driven by IMG cricket clubs and the Kantapur team that have come together to provide these pictures. Beautiful. Dot balls building up. The youngster to the crease is Ayan Afzal Khan. And whatever happens to Nepal whatever happens to the UAE over the coming weeks, one thing is for certain, they've unearthed a real star in the 17-year-old.
Yes, he's a superstar for UAE, the 17-year-old kid, Ayan Khan. He bowls well, he bats well, as he's in at number 5 here. Whereas Devinder Singh Airy, as usual, he's doing a very good job for his team. 4 dot balls on a trot in his third over, only giving away 2 runs.
The last one was a maiden with the run out. What an occasion for the 17-year-old. How much good stead will this stand him in going ahead for the next decade or 2 decades that he might play for the UAE? We're right over the head of the ground now. You can see it there. It's probably never looked as well. Ground staff have done an incredible job. Been a lot of cricket played here. Devinder Singh Airy doing what he does, keeping things very tight. 1 run from that over. Halfway stage of the first innings. The Chobar Hills are there. Remember, it's a win and a win only that will do for Nepal. Were it to rain, were we to have an abandonment, enough inclement weather to prevent us from getting a result, 20 overs minimum for both sides. And it would be Namibia that would take the 3rd and final qualification spot. Does look bright enough behind there. You'll know the weather better than I will, Paresh. Will it be okay here?
Well, it looks like a bit of getting darker here. There's a black cloud covering the Chobar Hills, but you can never predict weather these days. Let's hope the rain stays away.
Forecast was pretty much set fair, wasn't it? It was a gorgeous start to the morning, but 2 things of concern. 1, the dark clouds, and 2, there's a chill just coming in the windows of our open air commentary box now. Not like this. Nobody wants it to end like that, as Mala's just dragging his spell back a touch now. Lots of dots building up pressure. Problem for the UAE, I know they're trying to consolidate. Were they to lose wickets alongside this lack of runs, get themselves into trouble. 3 singles from that over. This is a good period for Nepal. It's 128 for 3.
केही फरक पर्दैन मैले सिटिजन लाइफको क्रिटिकल केयर प्लस लिएको छु जसले रोग लागेको थाहा हुने बित्तिकै 50 लाखसम्मको औषधि उपचार खर्च दिन्छ
उपचार खर्च अब सिटिजन लाइफले गर्छ
राष्ट्रको हरेक कुनामा हामीलाई पाउनु हुनेछ जिम्मेवार बैंकको रूपमा एनएमबी बैंक समृद्ध नेपालको लागि
Congestion ahead. You are on the fastest route. Rerouting. Rerouting.
The all-new Pulsar N160 with dual channel ABS.
Another wicket gone down. Look at Gulsarja and look at the spectators there on their feet, hanging the national flag around.
Big moment. And this is exactly again what we were talking about. Piggybacks are out. Kami's on top of Ja. Joy ringing around this ground. If the rain does get involved and Duckworth Lewis Stern comes into play, wickets are the crucial currency. Viridia Aravind asks his young 17-year-old, what was he doing? He's just given it away. Here's the wicket. Look for the slog sweep. Couldn't get it over the head of Ja, who takes a very simple catch. And didn't he love it? Massive moment in the game again. Nepal maybe nudging ahead in the contest for the very first time.
अब सिटिजन लाइफले गर्छ। यति कार्पेट किन्दा कार्पेटको पछाडि यतिको लोगो हेर्न नबिर्सिनु होला। यति कार्पेटको शहंशाह।
Pick any holiday destination and we'll have an exciting trip organized for you. Choose from a plethora of exotic destinations.
And Irie will really enjoy bowling to the left-hander. For me, despite Raj Bansi's excellence, Irie's been the pick of the bowlers so far. This is a game-changing spell. It really is. He's bowled 20 deliveries. 21, he's only gone for 3 runs. And he's picked up that run out alongside the wicket there of Ayan Khan.
Yes, a very good cricketer for Nepal. A brilliant bowler, a brilliant batsman, and exceedingly good field. Oh, almost got the outside edge. Beaten outside off stump Rohan Mustafa. A wicket and 3 dot balls to start the 27th over of the innings. UAE in a spot of bother here, losing 4 wickets. Very well played again.
He's a tiger, isn't he? Dipendra Singh Irie. Right now, this matchup of the off spinner and the left arm spinner bowling in tandem, it's the stuff of dreams for Nepal. They are choking their opposition. And in the last 10, the UAE are going nowhere. They're going nowhere in a hurry. It's a wicket maiden. 27 bowled, 128 for 4.
Congestion ahead. You are on the fastest route. Rerouting.
The all-new Pulsar N160 with dual channel ABS.
You've reached your destination.
One over from Lamechani to get rid of Arvind. I think that is why he's brought into the attack from the pavilion and changing his end.
The fastest to 100 ODI wickets. Good stop. Matt Henry, Jasprit Bumrah, Mohammad Shami, Trent Bolt, Brett Lee, Mustafizur Rahman, Shane Bond, the Kiwi quick, Saqlain Mushtaq, Mitchell Stark, and Rashid Khan, the fastest ever to 100 ODI wickets. Lamechani stands on the brink of history, 1 away from beating Afghan star.
Sandeep has found his pace exactly right. And nicely bowled a googly there. And the first volley ball, that was DDT, Lenny. Drift, dip and turn.
Any young spinners, boys and girls watching on at home, look at the revolutions Lamechani gets on the ball. Out breaking through, maybe that chance of rain just dissipating. Let's hope.
Yes, we can see a bit of sunshine on the field, but there are still clouds on the sky. Oh, nicely bowled, almost getting that inside edge, getting the inner half of the bat straight to short mid. Sandeep Lamechhane, the fielder there, doing a good job. Tumbling stop by him. Different Singh Airi giving high fives to Lamechhane. Now Team Nepal, they are right on top.
I think they've definitely gone ahead of the game, but there's plenty of time for the UAE to get back into it. Remember, double your score from the 30 over mark's been reasonably consistent as a barometer here at the TU International Cricket Ground. If they do that, they'll end up with close to 280. That will be a very challenging total, even though it's a good batting wicket. Remember, UAE's bowling attack is all class. Plenty of variation, plenty of quality. 4 singles from that over. Irie halfway through his spell, he's gone for just 7. 1-3-3 for 4.
Warm services to delight your senses. Taking hospitality to newer heights. Nepal Airlines.
Cutting edge technology. Jasle dincha perfect bathroom experience. Bath Sense by Asian Paints. Engineered to delight.
ब्याङ्कको धन सकिनेछ
केही फरक पर्दैन मैले सिटिजन लाइफको क्रिटिकल केयर प्लस लिएको छु जसले रोग लागेको थाहा हुने बित्तिकै 50 लाखसम्मको औषधि उपचार खर्च दिन्छ
Paresh that he got Mustafa from around the wicket. It was the googly, it was perfectly angled in, and it just did enough to hold its line. Cannoned into the pad, was probably going to go on to hit middle stump, the top of middle. That's what he'll be looking to do again here. Angle it in and turn it away with the googly. The atmosphere just gets better and better. Maybe a few little mind games now from Lamechhane. They had that flash. One, 3, 7 for 4.
तपाईको कपालमा कसको हुकुम चल्छ स्प्लिटेन्सको जेट या हेयर फलको फैसला हेयर प्रब्लम्स मतलब हेयर ड्यामेज डभको 1/4 मोइस्चराइजिङ मिल्क र केराटिन एक्टिभ्सले कपाललाई भित्रैदेखि रिपेयर गर्छ अब सुन्दर लहलहाउँदो कपाल जसमा चल्छ केवल तपाईको मर्जी डभ
गुडविलमै छ विश्वास जनताको गुडविलमै हो साथी सफलताको
Goodwill Finance.
मा नम्बर 1 हुनुको राज हो एडभान्स जर्मन टेक्नोलोजी लिटमस केबल क्वालिटीमा नम्बर 1
I think this is a good move by Rohit Patel, bringing his premier bowler, the strike bowler, into the attack. Sompal Kami. He bowled to Mohammad Wasim, who was going good. 5 sixes in his innings. Samdit Lamichhane, the wicket taker of Wasim, the captain of UAE. Now Arvind on 48.
tip, smiles away. Such a great attitude to the game. Brilliant ambassador for Nepali cricket. He might have just got a little bit of dust and dirt on the edge of the square. Great commitment. A good spell. Aravind may choose to take him on now, though. Where will he target Paresh as we look at the field? Long on in place. Deep mid-wicket, cover sweeper and a long off. The Valentine's Day man took a 5-wicket haul to help get Desai's tenure off to a winning start.
Rohit Fodal identifying the important wicket of Arvind. That is why he's bringing in Lalit Rajvanshi into the attack. A long hop bowled by him outside off stump. Nicely cut away by Arvind for a single.
I think it's also the fact there's just one over before the drinks break. This will be the last one, the second drinks break, that is. By Nepal's standards, they've actually been a bit slow between the overs, but still should be in plenty of time. 34 will be bowled before the second break in play. There's been such a sense of occasion to this clash between these two sides. Great credit to UAE. They're really showing that they're a much better side than they played over the last 2 or 3 weeks. And for this to be a brilliant occasion, a 200-run victory or a 10-wicket win for Nepal wouldn't have befit the occasion. Instead, if Nepal are going to win, and it's a big question if they are, they'll have to do it tough. They're going to need to chase down well in excess of 220, 240, could be up to 260, 280. Let's see.
Yes, it'll be a challenge for Nepal team to chase that down if UAE get in excess of 250. Mind you, Nepal has done that before 3 times in a row in the first series in home against Scotland and Namibia. Quick running. Look at Mustafa, he's sprinting out there.
I think the throw's gone to the wrong end there from Arif Sheikh. I thought he should have kept going with his momentum, his body angle towards the non-striker's end. I think throwing against his body, a little bit like Mehdi Hassan Miraz's throw to run out Jos Buttler the other day in Bangladesh, where I nipped over to do that third T20I. Very difficult skill to complete, and Sheikh allows the quick single. 2 balls left before the drinks break. 150 is up. What Nepal would give for a 5th wicket.
Well, they're eyeing for the 5th wicket and the wicket of Arvind, who has scored a 50 in this game. 52 of 93. A steady innings played by him after the onslaught from Mohammad Wasim.
They won't get the 5th wicket. They'll have 4, and the score will be exactly 150 at this second drinks break. We'll take a break here in the commentary box. Don't go anywhere. It's 150 for 4.
छिटो भनेकै वर्ल्ड लिंक
Congestion ahead. You are on the fastest route. Rerouting. Rerouting. Rerouting.
देखि रिपेयर गर्छ अब सुन्दर लहलहाउँदो कपाल जसमा चल्छ केवल तपाईको मर्जी डभ
गुडविलमै छ विश्वास जनताको गुडविल नै हो साथी सफलताको
Goodwill Finance, financing for success since 1995.
Cutting edge technology जसले दिन्छ perfect
ABS.
You've reached your destination.
Lifebuoy hand wash ले मार्छ 99.9% ब्याक्टेरिया र भाइरसेस यसले भाइरससँग लड्छ र तपाईलाई सुरक्षा दिन्छ वर्ल्ड्स नम्बर 1 सेलिङ जर्म प्रोटेक्सन सोप ब्रान्ड
गुडविलमै छ विश्वास जनताको गुडविल नै हो साथी सफलताको
Goodwill Finance, financing for success since 1995.
प्रस्तुत छ बाथ सेन्स बाय एशियन पेन्ट्स कटिङ एज टेक्नोलोजी जसले दिन्छ पर्फेक्ट बाथरुम एक्सपिरियन्स इन एभ्री वे बाथ सेन्स बाय एशियन पेन्ट्स engineered to delight
मेरो ग्लो हो मेरो पावर यसैले म गर्छु मेरो ग्लोको पावर अप हरेक दिन नयाँ लक्सको साथ ज्यास्मिनको सुगन्ध र बदामको तेलयुक्त चम्किलो त्वचाको लागि लक्स
Welcome back after the drinks break. Sampal Kami is going to have a change of ends, and we've had a little bit of a shuffle in the commentary box. Great to have a guest commentator come in and join me. He subbed in for me, and Judging by one of his tweets this morning, he's been confused a few times from me as well. We got Paul Radley, the cricket journalist and one of the finest associate cricket writers from the national newspaper in Abu Dhabi, joining us. Paul, describe to me the scene we're seeing right here.
I can't, Len. I've not got words for it, mate. It's just unique, I think. The only way to describe it.
This isn't just good for associate cricket, this is great for cricket full stop.
Yeah, yeah, brilliant. This tournament, how many games is it, Len?
126.
126 games. Comes down to this on the very last one. You having to introduce the Prime Minister ahead of play, people hurdling the fence, a rusty barbed wire fence to get in, people, thousands of people outside of the ground finding any vantage point to watch is nothing I've ever seen before.
I'm actually glad they didn't tell me that the night before, because I didn't sleep much last night with the nervous excitement anyway, and then having to introduce the Prime Minister, yeah, certainly took it to the next level, and I think he really enjoyed it. He was wishing both teams well, as any good statesman would do, and he had a special long moment with Rohit Paudel, didn't he? Such an impressive young leader. We were talking before you were on air, Paul, about how everyone seems a bit on edge, but Rohit Kumar Paudel still seems ice cool.
Yeah, I suppose Nepal, perhaps not to this extent, but their players are used to playing in front of big crowds, which must help on a day like today.
Nicely guided, that's a very good stroke, a stroke of real quality. And after a difficult, 3 or 4 months for Ridya Aravind, he's back to showing us why so many of us think of him as maybe the brightest young batting talent in associate cricket. And he's doing it on the biggest stage you could imagine. Class.
Yeah, and in fact, the media centre is right next to the UAE dressing room, and as I was walking up the steps, this is really nicely played, by the way. Lovely little uppercut, nice and late, down for 4. Yeah, so I was walking up the steps earlier on. I actually was walking up just exactly the same time as Ritya was walking up. I had a quick word with him actually about his form.
He's taking his time.
Yeah, well, I said to him, things looked like they were starting to click yesterday when he didn't have a spectacular innings. Obviously, didn't need to, with Wasim doing what he was doing at the other end. He said, yeah, it was good to be out there, because he said he really struggled. He's got a really good head on his shoulders, actually. I remember last year when he was really I remember him saying at the time that he feels like he needs to cash in while the going's good like this, which I thought was an excellent attitude. 155 for 4 after 35.
There is the president of the Cricket Association of Nepal, and
Lifebuoy hand washले मार्छ 99.9% ब्याक्टेरिया र भाइरसेस यसले भाइरससँग लड्छ र तपाईलाई सुरक्षा दिन्छ वर्ल्ड्स नम्बर 1 सेलिङ germ protection soap brand.
Pick any holiday destination and we'll have an exciting trip organized for you. Choose from a plethora of exotic destinations to fulfill your cravings for rejuvenation and exploration. Rupsey Holidays, crafting memorable vacations.
Cutting edge technology जसले दिन्छ perfect bathroom experience.
The results that make everything a happy ship off the field, or whether having a happy ship is what prompted this run. Certainly, you know, you can point to very important factors in what's prompted this run for Nepal. Obviously, probably chief among them, the appointment of Monty Desai, I think fair to say, as the coach. He's looked a much happier side during his tenure, and it's really, I mean, shown to spectacular effect, really, which has obviously brought them to this point.
this is a change I didn't see coming, actually. Mohammad Arif Sheikh is going to come on. Just 5 wickets in the series so far. That's up in the VVIP box. That's where the dignitaries were, and will be throughout the afternoon. Why have they gone to a medium pacer? Do they just feel that maybe the pitch slowing up a touch, a few cutters the option?
Yeah, I think that's it. You've hit the nail on the head there, Len. In actual fact, we saw this in Dubai last week, series between the same 3 teams actually in the UAE, and there was one of the games where this was the exact move that they made, Nepal, and it worked very well. Just to take the pace off, give them nothing to work with. As you see, Mustafa there, 9 from 26 balls so far. He's not somebody who likes sticking around like that and will be itching to get going, which means he's got to manufacture the pace on the ball himself now.
Just on the right of your screen there, Mr. Shishir Panchai, the Chief Executive Officer of Kantapur HD TV. I want to extend a sincere thanks to Kantapur for their additional support of what's already a good broadcast on all of the ICC Pathway events, but the drone camera we've seen in, the roving camera, the commentary camera, it just gives a better picture of what the full day is about and the occasion being captured in all its glory, not just here in Nepal on the television, but on ICC TV around the world and down in India on fan code. You're very welcome along to the coverage. Andrew Leonard here. I've got Paul Radley alongside me just for a little 8 or 9 over stint from the national newspaper. And Paul, not just today but the league as a whole,
For it to all to come down to this, I'm sure not every time they play this league it's going to happen, but it's been brilliant. some point.
Well, in Nepali, as I keep learning my language, if you want to call somebody bold, it's taklu. But luckily, when people meet me, they say taklu dai, which is taklu elder brother. So they say my bold elder brother. Thuds into the pad. Given. It's
bathroom experience in every way. Bath Sense by Asian Paints, engineered to delight.
Congestion ahead. You are on the fastest route. Rerouting. Rerouting.
The all-new Pulsar N160 with dual channel ABS.
You've reached your destination.
LBW. Oh, that's the angle. From behind the bowler's arm, it looked like there might have been a bit of glove involved, but that is why umpire Wimal Siri was bang on the money. Going to go on and hit middle stump, I suspect.
Yeah, you're right. That was the angle, wasn't it? Because we thought the only debate there was whether it hit glove first or perhaps the back. That angle we had there showed that it snuck under, and the only debate then was whether it was hitting. Asif Khan here in at 7 for the UAE, having arrived for this series, opening the batting.
The UAE certainly have chopped and changed their order, there's no doubt about that. Dipender Singh Airi is having a remarkable day with the ball. He's got 2 for 19 and a run out from his spell as well. 38 overs bowled, 176 for 5.
XH simplifying technology.
Litmus cable quality में number 1 होने को राज हो advanced German technology. Litmus cable quality में number 1.
यति कार्पेट किन्दा कार्पेटको पछाडि यतिको लोगो हेर्न नबिर्सिनुहोला। यति कार्पेटको शहंशाह।
मेरो ग्लो हो मेरो पावर, यसैले म गर्छु मेरो ग्लोको पावर अप हरेक दिन नयाँ लक्सको साथ। ज्यास्मिनको सुगन्ध र बदामको तेलयुक्त चम्किलो त्वचाको लागि लक्स।
One day international status, or in actual fact in UAE. Look at that amazing scene. Arboreal seats, I was told they're called yesterday.
Arboreal seats, that's a new one. I've never heard that before. Love it. And I heard a few
enough, I'd say. All those things that come with ODI status, obviously that's already been secured.
Yeah, and the incredible thing about this league is that even the league winners, Scotland, lost 10 games. And nobody at any point has gone on a run like Nepal have, 10 from 11. If it's 11 from 12, they'll have swept 2 series on home soil. Almost nobody else has swept a series. Namibia did competitive. There's been very few easy games. So to make it 11 from 12 would be quite extraordinary. Get to the end of the 39th, the score 181 for 5.
प्रस्तुत छ Bath Sense by Asian Paints. Cutting edge technology जसले दिन्छ perfect bathroom experience in every way. Bath Sense by Asian Paints. Engineer.
You look at the middle of your screen there, there's a gap between the white wall. There's usually a gate there. They've just given up on that for the moment. And it's the police that are keeping people out. These shots, I know you haven't seen many of them because you've been over in the press box. Incredible. They just paint the perfect picture of how nicely this ground is carved into the terrain.
Yes, a hill, Lenny, this is. Massive, great hills around these, this ground. I was told by Paresh that they're hills they definitely qualify as mountains where I come from, but obviously little tiddlers in Nepal, I suppose.
Well, I made that mistake on my very first trip. I haven't made it since. I called them the mountains to the right, and I think I had a few people scoffing at me there. The Chobar Hills, the Chobar. Dada.
The Chobar speed bumps, I reckon.
One of the great things about today's occasion, you think about getting home fans involved, and in the second innings when things tend to get a bit more exciting, a bit rowdier at points. As Jazz starts with a cutter into the surface and helped away for a single. They will have Nepal batting second, so every run is going to be
Aravin's, I think his hands allow him to play all sorts of different funky shots. Very good at manipulating the ball, even if he's not quite in the, the textbook position to play the shot. Mentioned earlier on, actually, didn't get quite to the end of that anecdote, he's got a very clear mind, Britti Aravin, and a good head on his shoulders for a young guy. When he was on the top of his form last year, he definitely didn't get ahead of himself. He said, I need to cash in while I'm in form. He didn't think, oh, I'll always be in form, which it must have felt like it would have been at that time.
Floods into the pad, got to angle down. So a leg by will close out the 40th over. I think Honour's right around even right now. 10 to go, 189 for 5.
XH Simplifying Technology.
राष्ट्रको हरेक कुनामा हामीलाई पाउनुहुनेछ। जिम्मेवार बैंकको रूपमा एनएमबी बैंक, समृद्ध नेपालको लागि।
गुडविलमै छ विश्वास जनताको, गुडविल नै हो साथी सफलताको।
Goodwill Finance, financing for success since 1995.
Competition in Namibia, where they will be joined by Jersey and Canada. Top two teams in that competition advance to the global qualifier in Zimbabwe, starting in June.
Yeah, so just 2 final spots down at the playoff. Jersey and Canada can take them, or any of the 4 sides from the bottom 4 in this league can take them. I know Pierre de Bruyne, the head coach of Namibia, will be watching on alongside Gerhard Erasmus, all of his men. And they'll have to be cheering for UAE. They would like to be hosts rather than playing and hosting that event. It starts in just 10 days, and that rather squeezed end to this competition has been due to the pandemic. Rajbanshi to bowl the first over of the final power play. 5 fielders allowed outside the circle. His final. A couple of dots, good start. What would UAE like from here? 250 or more than that?
Yeah, so what's that? 61 runs. So I think that's a fair target to aim for here. With obviously Aravin well set, and Asif Khan finished the game with some big strokes yesterday. He can hit well. He's a very strong domestic cricketer in the UAE. Dominates really, Asif Khan. He hasn't quite transposed that to international cricket just yet. It might feel like the day. Well, UAE have got a very varied attack. It'll be suited to all sorts of different stages of the innings.
4 dots, some pressure building on intent, but he's just had a few phases of dots building up on him. Rajbanshi will look to exploit it. Can he add a W to those 4 dots? Not with that one.
Started well though. Rajbanshi can finish with excellent figures here.
Slog sweep around the corner, short of the man. Lamachani, who's over his left. One of the great things about today, I say it's a big day for associate cricket. The number of messages I'm receiving from Test nations, and all their eyes are also on Kathmandu. I don't think we ever would have seen that 3, 4, 5, 6 years ago.
Yeah, true that. It's fantastic, isn't it? I remember lots of teams in the past, or countries just having a passing interest in Nepal because of the pictures that you'd get of this ground or Durbar Square when there's big matches on. But now there's proper context to it because they might have to play this team in the summer.
Yeah, every chance. Shipped, oh, just inches away from a sprawling Raj Banshi. How he wanted a second. He's not going to get it. He'll finish his 10 overs with the excellent figures. Brilliant analysis of 10 overs, 1 for 27. It was always just, and only just out of his reach. He couldn't cut off the single either. That gets us to the end of the 41st. A good tight finish to Raj Banshi's spell. 191 for 5.
Congestion ahead. You are on the fastest route. Rerouting.
The all-new Pulsar N160 with dual channel ABS.
You've reached your destination.
Lifebuoy hand washले मार्छ 99.9% ब्याक्टेरिया र भाइरसेस। यसले भाइरससँग लड्छ र तपाईलाई सुरक्षा दिन्छ। World's #1 selling germ protection soap brand. यति कार्पेट किन्दा कार्पेटको पछाडी यतिको लोगो हेर्न नबिर्सिनु होला। यति कार्पेटको शहंशाह।
I'm not sure if we can get the shot. There's a rooftop outside the ground with a Nepal flag on the top of it. And it is packed to the rafters with probably, I don't know, 100 people in what looks like a very small rooftop space. Going to see if we can bring you that in a moment. Gulshan Jada continue. Is it fair to say, Paul, you literally wouldn't see this in maybe any other nation in the world?
Thursday. Incredible, really. No, I think, wow. Perhaps make sweeping generalisations, but such a vital, seminal game for Nepal cricket that this is, I think it makes it for a unique occasion, really.
I think the other thing it speaks volumes for, and again the credit goes to the ICC, there's that rooftop. I think it might be, someone in the middle holding a flag. There must be, what, 80, 100 people? Probably not a bad vantage point as some of them go.
A little bit precarious on the edge, though.
Great work by the team picking up that shot. That reminds me of two things. One, Wrigley Field in Chicago, where you've got all the apartments around, and Ja, that one cannons into his leg. We haven't seen Lamachani bowl since he took that blow to his lower leg. I wonder, is he okay? He does still have overs left. Being held back a very long way, Paul. Usually don't see him right at the death.
Yeah, he did go off. I'm not sure. Is he still off the field? Can't quite from this vantage point see whether he is, but he went straight off.
He's got 3 overs left, so still time to bowl them. Just wonder, will Lamachani come into the attack sooner, maybe to replace Raj Banshi, who's finished his spell of 10 overs. Nothing doing yet for UAE in this final power play. Nepali bowlers, they've dragged things back really well after that blitzkrieg. Outstanding from Mohammad Waseem. Tell us about him, what a talent.
Yeah, certainly the last couple of days he's shown how formidable he can be, but he hadn't actually cracked ODI cricket until that point. He only had 2 scores of in excess of 50 and no hundreds in 29 innings before yesterday. But yesterday was how everybody in the UAE knows him in the T20 format, where he absolutely dominates. I think he's number 7 in the world in that format.
Yeah, and yesterday he hit 12 sixes. Today he hit 6 of them. And it's the ease with which Mohammad Waseem picks up those sixes, particularly over the long on and cow corner regions. One of them yesterday, Paul, went out of the ground.
Yeah, it was quite. I think, did he do that as well today? Yeah, and that was a brilliant little video you sent me actually of a guy catching it outside, taking a selfie with the ball before he threw it back.
Yeah, that was brilliant. Quick thinking as well. Mr. Naponi, who I went up and met, wasn't anything like as many here yesterday. 300 or 400 were on the advanced scouting mission.
Yeah, advanced scouting mission. Also wanted to get their tickets in advance, make sure they got hold of them.
This has been a good little couple of overs for Nepal. The boundaries are not coming just yet. We'll get back for a couple. Left-handed Rajbanshi has to run around it. And the thing I was going to get across, Paul, was that as we get to the end of the 42nd over, I think 197 for 5.
लाइफबॉय ह्यान्ड वासले मार्छ 99.9% ब्याक्टेरिया र भाइरसेस। यसले भाइरससँग लड्छ र तपाईलाई सुरक्षा दिन्छ। वर्ल्ड्स नम्बर 1 सेलिङ जर्म प्रोटेक्सन सोप ब्रान्ड। यति कार्पेट किन्दा कार्पेटको पछाडि यतिको लोगो हेर्न नबिर्सिनु होला। यति कार्पेट, कार्पेटको शहंशाह।
Congestion ahead. You are on the fastest route.
New Pulsar N160 with dual channel ABS.
You've reached your destination.
And pull off some big results. And the way Sandeep Lamachani has been bowling, in particular since his return to international cricket, there's every reason to believe this side could go and go very well to Zimbabwe if they can get there.
Yeah, that last game against PNG with his 5-foot showed he was back fully on song and what a threat he can be. Wasim got after him a little bit earlier on today, then he accounted for him, hence his figures aren't quite as spectacular as they can sometimes be. He's got a crucial role now to play if he's going to get through 3 here.
Great colour and atmosphere and energy in the crowd. Things could reach fever pitch in the second innings if the runs get flowing. Lamachani has 3 to go. These 3 overs, they feel massive again in the context of today's contest.
Yeah, absolutely right. It's good to see Lenny Lamachani against Aravind. I remember watching this exact battle in the T20 World Cup qualifier in Muscat last year, and Aravind mostly got the better of Lamachani, although Lamachani did account for him in the crucial game. He felt like then you're looking at 2 of the real preeminent forces in associate cricket, 2 young lads who might have a lot of battles over the years.
A little short in length, but can only pick out the cover sweeper. Yeah, there is a bit of a rich irony, isn't there, that T20 World Cup qualifier A that you and I were at in beautiful Muscat, Oman, where Nepal won 4 matches from 5, but it wasn't enough to qualify for Australia because it all came down to the semi-final. Very slow through the air from Lamachani. He's trying to tempt these 2 down the track, I feel. And that semi-final played just over a year ago. It was the only game where Nepal didn't turn up and UAE plundered 175. Again, it was Mohammad Wasim's 75 with the bat, but then Ahmed Raz's 5-wicket haul closed things out. So a chance for revenge in one way for Nepal. Over the side that denied them the T20 World Cup place. That one's bowled from about 25 yards. A la Mark Watt cut away for 4. Too slow from Lamachani. I'm not sure whether he's been affected by his left leg taking a blow, but that's a poor delivery and punished by Khan.
Yeah, you summed it up at the time there, Len. He bowled it from a long way back, probably 24 yards, and the length came out. The ball came out slow and the length was shorter, basically exactly because of that change of distance, really. And it was easy for Asif Khan to put away.
It's a much better pace, and it's the googly that nearly cleans up Khan. When Watt bowls that 24-25 yarder, the Scottish left arm, he really forces it in, just too slow. Good comeback from Lamachani.
Yeah, you can see why people want to imitate it, because Watt is so good at it, but he's got it mastered, and it takes a bit of doing to change the distance and trajectory.
Good finish from Lamachani, and Khan is desperate for the single. Aravind.
Congestion ahead. You are on the fastest route.
of cricket. This is extraordinary scenes. Great to have Paresh Lahani back with me. Paresh, did I see you just sneak off and have lunch without me?
Yes, I had to because I was hungry. In the meantime, UA going good. 200 up in the 43rd over. Arvind playing a very good innings of 76 of 121 deliveries.
Scoop shot attempted, no contact made. The last 3 or 4 overs, just when you'd expect acceleration from the United Arab Emirates, haven't really quite got going, have they? If Nepal can keep this to under 250, will they take the momentum in? It does look a good batting surface.
Yes, it looks a very good batting surface. That is why Mohammad Wasim, he started off on a good note. Arvind, whereas playing that anchor innings, playing good. Yeah, if Nepal can restrict UA 250 or under that, it will be a very good achievement for them, and they'll move into the momentum to chase this target.
I know Jah has been wicketless, but what he's done really well is bowl a good hard length, the back of the length, and he's frustrated Aravind. Look, almost punches the bat. Such is the frustration, and although the youngster is showing his real quality, his real class, his concern now will be about his strike rate. Take a look at it here. The moment he's striking at just 60.
Yes, now I think 4 overs remaining after this. He needs to get a move on. Only 5 wickets down, mind you, for UAE. Still big hitters yet to come.
Quick single. Direct hit not affected. I have to say, between Asif Khan, CP Rizwan and Rohan Mustafa and even Mohammad Wasim, some of the running between the wickets from the UAE has been very poor.
Yes, they have been. It was a touch and go, I think, for me, if that was a direct hit. But it was way over the stumps. Bhim Sargi, the fielder there, moved to the ball very quickly, and he released it quickly as well, but the throw was not
He's desperate, isn't he, to find that 100th wicket in front of this capacity crowd to break the record today in these last 10 balls. But he's just...
maintain. If they bowl dot balls, the pressure will be back on the UAE batters, and that is when Nepal can capitalize on wickets. In the meantime, they should bowl dot balls. Don't go after the wicket. If you do so, UAE batters will definitely go after you. Two runs of 4 balls.
Big hit. That's Mohammad Waseem-esque. That's going to fly all the way for 6 over the head of the Lifebuoy Pavilion. And UAE, they are going to put up a big total, a challenging total for Nepal, who are going to have to do it the tough way to get to Zimbabwe. Great stroke.
Yeah, too much from Gulsanja, the same length. That was nicely picked by Asif Khan. Hit it for a massive 6. He's bowled that length regularly in this over. Again, Rohit Paudel talking to his bowler. A youngster, he has to learn now in the dead overs where to bowl, have a plan under conditions and execute those plans. There is where Nepal has been struggling in the death overs.
Tries to repeat the dose, comes towards us, goes all the way for 6 more. Nearly comes through our window. Kushal Malla, just a passenger. Back-to-back 6s. UAE on the charge in a big way. It's 235 for 5.
Yeah, this was again nicely picked away by Asif Khan. Almost came into our window. You can see that the middle window is ours in the comment box. Hit the Dafa News hoarding there.
Unless something changes in these final 4, the UAE, they're not thinking of 260, they're thinking of 275 plus, and that could be too many. An eerie, deathly silence hangs across this ground now. Sampal Kami is the man they turn to, who can bowl 47 and 49. Big question for me. This is the big question, Paresh. How has Dipender Singh Airi only bowled 8 overs so far?
Yeah, that is the big question. He should have bowled his quota of overs earlier. If
you go to that part of the ground, you always get good reward. 6 more, it's gone a long way. Look at that, right to the top of the banks. That's not Mohammad Waseem out there, he might look like him. He is devastating, 41 off 27 for the slip. 4 ball kicked out of the back of the hand, 6 all the way.
almost clearing the ball. Good strike by Asif. Zimbabwe.
Don't want to go to Namibia, Paresh. That's what they're trying to avoid. This game keeps going the direction it is, though. They will be joining the UAE down in Namibia for that playoff. It's going to be a tall task, this chase. Khan is going to make it ever taller. 6 more. This is outstanding batting. Back-to-back sixes again. Pace on the ball, flies out of the ground. Pace off the ball, flies out of the ground. Is the dream diminishing? Is the hope extinguishing?
This is a special shot by Asif Khan. Over backward point boundary for 6. This is pretty hard, like what Sehwag used to do for India. Exactly the same. UAE going away with the game from Nepal here. 249 already on board in the 47th over. They're eyeing 275 for sure.
Looks for the block hole. Doesn't get it, but sometimes a low full toss can actually be quite effective. Just a single. Aravind may have 90, but it's Asif Khan that's changing the game. 48 off just 29.
Yes, Aravind played that anchor innings as still there on 90 of 131 deliveries, whereas Asif Khan, a little cameo by him, 48 of 29, 250 up for UAE. In the 47th over, Rohit Paudel talking to his bowler, Sompal Kami, a senior pro. Like always, Nepal's depth bowling has become a problem.
It's been a big problem, isn't it? And could be this kind of scale of a problem as we see some of the reaction on the bench down there from the Nepal sidelines. It could be a fatal one. This is the first time we've seen real concern throughout certainly the 2 home series at least. Grimace from even Sandeep Lamachani down at 3rd. Problem is going to be here if they fly to the finish and UAE post, let's say, 280. That challenge, that task, although it's a good batting wicket, just the occasion, knowing it's win or die, going to be very difficult. As this is 4 more, it's going to be 50. A brilliant knock, an outstanding innings, maybe a game changing, could be a game winning one. 52 off 30, and there's a ripple of applause.
It was smashed to the boundary. 50 up for Khan. UAE 255 for 5. Sitting very pretty.
जसले रोग लागेको थाहा हुने बित्तिकै 50 लाखसम्मको औषधि उपचार खर्च दिन्छ।
उपचार खर्च अब सिटिजन लाइफले गर्छ।
राष्ट्रको
very much Asif Khan is guiding UAE towards hugely impactful knock. Aravind may end up as the highest scorer of the innings, but the innings of Mohammad Waseem and Asif Khan, they are changing the course of this league. As he does get away with a dot to finish, it means that critically Aravind will be on strike. 48 bowled, 272 for 5.
XH Simplifying Technology.
यति कार्पेट किन्दा कार्पेटको पछाडि यतिको लोगो हेर्न नबिर्सिनुहोला। यति कार्पेट, कार्पेटको शहंशाह।
Pick any holiday destination and we'll have an exciting trip organized for you. Choose from a plethora of exotic destinations to fulfill your cravings for rejuvenation and exploration.
Rupsey Holidays, crafting memorable vacations.
The crowd, even Karen KC is on the pitch there, the sub today, not in the starting 11. Trying to give his thoughts across. As these drone shots are just quite spectacular. Take a look at them, whatever the result today. A new zenith for the associate game. Brilliant to see. Lamachani's going to bowl his 10th and final over. Been costly. Gone at a run of ball. What can he do?
Yes, bowled it slow, but the line was wrong by Lamachani. He got it back of the bat, I think, just for a single, and Arvind is on 94 at the non-striker's end, whereas bulk of the hitting done by Asif Khan. And look at this, all the spectators on top of the roof there.
Any vantage point with do up in the trees. Look at them all the way up there. Khan, bang, 6 more. Lamachani's been far too slow in his comeback spell, and Khan is punishing him. 300 well on the cards now, strike rate above 200. What a glorious innings this has been, of the highest quality.
Too slow, a long hop on the legs. Nobody misses those. A flat 6 by Asif Khan. Moves to 71 of just 35 deliveries. He's eyeing 100 here.
He's eyeing 100. He may get there, and Aravind might not. 5 more 6s would get him there. 10 balls remain. It's been a very damaging, a devastating last 5 overs. Going to be 6 more. Just too easy. Far too slow through the air. He's trying to tempt him, Lamachani, but he's only tempting him to hit it out of the ground. Again, I'm not sure it was the right bowling option. 300 plus now coming in.
Yeah, I think Lamachani is going for the wicket. That is why he's bowling so slow through the air, and even shorter as well. That's a shocker delivery by Lamachani.
Last 5 overs, 81 runs. The death bowling woes continue for Nepal. Are they going to be fatal? Can they get off this pitch somehow under 300? Looking very, very unlikely. Asif Khan is having a day out. He's got to go quicker through the air, Lamachani. He's been pummeled to oblivion. Khan, it's his best score now in ODI cricket, 83 off 37. And after a glorious return to international cricket, it's going wrong here for Lamachani.
He's bowling so slow through the air. Asif Khan just can wait and hit the ball at will. A hat-trick of 6s. Look at that. 3 long hops, very slow. That is not Lamachani.
There's a murmur, there's a disquiet, there's a discontent around the ground. There's not just concern now, there is complete tragedy. There's 2 fans up in the trees, credit to them. They still believe. Googly, 6 more. Every ball is going the distance. And it's 4 consecutive 6s, batting of the highest quality. Asif Khan was 23 off 23. 15 balls later, he's 89 off 38. This is batting of the highest quality.
Again, bowling that googly, but on the long line and the long length. easy pickings for Asif Khan. 4 consecutive sixes for him. Moves to 89. And look at Arvind. He might be stranded on 94, not out. Big hitting, clean hitting by Asif Khan. What an entertainment innings that he's played here. Talking about credit goes to the crowd here. They have been entertained by Asif Khan's batting. Big sixes. 4 consecutive sixes off Sandeep Lamichhane. This is very poor bowling by Lamichhane, not up to his standards by any means. And look at the spectators on the tree, on the building roof.
He was 23 off 24 deliveries. I've just checked. His last 14 balls, he has hit 66 runs. That's at a strike rate of over 400. We said it was possibly match changing. Could well be game winning, and that could be the worst possible result because Khan is going to keep the strike. He's into the 90s for the first time in international cricket. The over, it's gone for 26. It's 298 for 5.
Congestion ahead. You are on the fastest route. Rerouting. Rerouting. Rerouting.
The all-new Pulsar N160 with dual channel ABS.
You've reached your destination.
I think Arvind will be stranded at 94 not out, whereas Asif Khan has that opportunity to get 100. He's made an ODI 100. This is his highest ever in ODI, 90 not out. Sompal Kami with the last over of the innings. He's gone for 62 in his 8 overs. A very disappointing effort by Nepal in the death overs. I don't know why Deepinder Singh Aire was not bowled out.
Well, it's mind-blowing. There's no injury to Deepinder Singh Aire. He just went back to pace too early. It was a definite error. 8 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 19. Kushal Malla may look expensive, but that was after a 22-run first over. He came back quite well. It's going to be Sampal Kami to bowl the last. Can get to 100. Wide down the leg side to start with. Depending on this over, it could be 320 being hunted down. And Nepal's batting has improved, but they've never made 300 in an ODI.
Khan, you'll remember his name now. It's been the best innings I've maybe ever seen live.
Well, this is a chance for Irvin to get to the three figures. It'll be his third ODI 100. 3 balls for him to get those.
Gone, caught behind, surely up the bat. No! It's the decision. Not sure what that's hit. It's come off the face of the bat. Over was 208 for 5. They put on over 106 overs. Aravind tries to go to 3 figures, he won't. Dipender Singh Aru will take the catch almost angrily. He's caught short. Kami has a wicket, but is it too little too late? A handshake from Asif Sheikh for Asif Khan, his namesake. We've seen one of the great one-day international innings in the history of the game here today, Paresh. It's the 126th and final match in Men's Cricket World Cup League 2. It's ODI cricket at its best. And Nepal have it all to do.
Yes, 311 runs to win in 50 overs.